Alright, welcome back, people. We are now at day 7 of Inktober 2023. And today's prompt is drip. Now, I thought about doing some shenanigans with the word drip. Because lately there's been an uptrend of using the word drip as being fashionable, right? And generally in the gaming community, there's a lot of that when it comes to stylish, cool stuff. I was thinking maybe dress up a little red panda with like a extra edgy anime scarf or a cape or something like that, right? But then I thought, this is a golden opportunity to pay homage to, I would say, one of the most non-personal, influential animators of my lifetime, anyways. Definitely a historic figure of the previous generation. And, just last month, his last movie was released, right? What better way to learn and practice simplified lines and color and art, but this person happens to be an incredibly prideful, stubborn, rightfully deserved, entitled stubbornness when it comes to the idea of digital art. However, it goes without saying that this person inspired many different types of artists in his lifetime and will continue to. I'll let you venture as to guess who I'm referring to. I believe the elegance of his artwork is not how extravagant or like ornate, but more the simplicity and it really goes to show when you see the animation. This particular influential person really understands movement. Anyway, as artist slash anime, I think animation is where it truly shines. He is also responsible for creating unimaginable characters, and this one is an homage to a character that I have been exposed to for a very long time, and we're gonna do a little spin on it too. Just to make it more transformative. Alright. Yesterday's prompt really helped me re-equilibrate from day 5's prompt, because day 5's prompt did not work out. Alright. Let's see if we can get this shape done first. And I started with white. Okay. It's a very simple shape. The thing about this particular influential person is that It's the concept and the storytelling in the animation and like maximalizing simple art form is the elegance of this guy's creations. So shape is relatively simple to capture. I don't want the dude to be bigger. We'll see. I want to capture the base shape first before I change it. It won't be exactly the same shape because we have to adjust the shape for the specific subject. So right now, trying to capture the pose using the reference. It's a very iconic, it's a super iconic scene, so for any fans, they will most likely know already, even based on my description, who I'm referring to. Now, we're actually going to do something different here. So, I'm going to actually make this comically tiny, but top heavy. I guess it'll be funnier. Like this. We'll adjust it later. Alright. So we have our like basic mold. Now we gotta change this up. Because our subject is actually not this shape. It's kind of like the shape, but it requires some changes. Alright. Let's get to refining here. Is there a reference? Is the reference from Miyazaki film? I think I recognize something sooner. Haven't watched any of them though. Just saw screenshots. It is a Miyazaki film. Now we're departing. So now we're departing away. But that is the reference. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with like this. Yes. Like that. The hand can probably be smaller. The head shape's gonna have to change. Okay. So let's get a new approximation here. Our subject has more of a football head, so that's a little too wide. Okay. We're gonna have to slim down. Maybe like closer. Yes. And then we have to shrink it down. I kind of want to make something like that. I feel like making ears comically smaller. Oops. Okay. I think this will do. Probably. Yep. Hmm. I have to take the head higher. Like here. Slightly off angle. I'm not the biggest fan on centering your subjects. It looks less interesting. So we have to off balance the unlike our reference our little guy has a bigger tail. Probably shrink it a little. Bend it up. Oops. Okay. Probably make his forearms slightly round and basic. Round out. Okay. Okay. I see. Fair enough. Oops. We'll fix that later. Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. I feel like we're gonna have to do a different approach to this one too. Too far up. big. I'll just use a point of reference for now. Whoops. What? Oh, right. Actually, it's kind of okay where it is. We'll work on that later. Okay. Let's see what. Gonna probably make his nose yeah. Relatively One's a good baseline. What? Okay. I'm gonna add some other drafting stuff, and then we'll go into the final things to work on. Somewhere like here. All right. Here. Um. Hmm. I think it's good enough for us to start doing the final line drawing. We're definitely departing from the reference now. References are just, you know, the start for its use for inspiration. But we gotta keep pushing our own spin on things. Definitely feel like the head could be bigger. Okay. Head. Trying to balance the body out. Okay. All right. Good enough. Now we do our clean run here. I think I'm okay with the subject here. Okay. All right. Is there anything? It's like relatively, or like noticeable little line waves here and there that I could incorporate. I guess we'll do it. My debate now is to make it look like a dude is like slightly wet everywhere. Yeah, let's try that. Hmm. That's kind of tough, huh? Let's do this first. Hmm. This is my opportunity here, though. Maybe, hmm. You got woken up by my cat in the middle of the night? Not even sure if I should go back to sleep or just go on. You feel kind of rested, but not too well? That sounds like a tough situation right there. Understandably so. Sounds like your cat wants some attention. I think we're gonna do the Miyazaki thing, right? Yes. There we go. And just make like a... It's so cute. Okay. She wasn't directly doing... Oh, she found a paper bag. Oh, yeah. Yeah, your ears become hypersensitive to stimuli when you haven't heard anything for a while. Yeah, I can imagine it being pretty loud if you were in a rested state. I want this guy's eyes to be kinder. It means... You'd be surprised. So, to make kinder eyes, you make them rounder. Like, a rounder on the top. And then, like... It's amazing how the subtlety in shape makes things... Gotta make the eyes rounder. I don't want to spend too much time on the eyes. I think I'm gonna cheat here. I'm not here to work on eyes. Just gonna take this eye right here. Yep. Friendlier already. Rounder eyes. Whatever reason. I know maybe 3 or 4 different types of reasons, but when things are rounder and they have softer edges, so like poofy things, right? And things that are very soft on the outside, rounder, it gives what, for many reasons, the human perception of something that's softer, something that's friendlier. And when you want to be more aggressive, right, you add more edges, and sharper angles and whatnot. Just a weird association. I guess it's a classic association that we have come to normalize. So if you ever want your character or something you draw to have incredibly like kind eyes or confused eyes or something that's like very soft, you increase the roundedness of the edge. But that's only for stylization purposes, not really like realism or anything like that. I made the bottom too close. But when you round them out, it makes them seem a little bit more confused, you know? Confused, approachable. Something Miyazaki does very, very well. Creating like the lovable but unlovable kind of thing, right? Like really incredibly grotesque looking things, but they become very lovable because he really has this way of making you fall in love with things, making you feel a bit confused, but at the same time, it's heartwarming. I think most of his characters tend to do that quite a bit. And then eyebrows. Eyebrows, obviously, red pandas do not have eyebrows, but they have this characteristic pattern that serves as eyebrows. And I like it because you can use it to make your character decide if they're confused or not. And raising the eyebrows makes the character far more confused. We're gonna, and the rounder it is, the softer the character is gonna appear. And I'm gonna use this angle because I kind of want to make it look like it's dripping. Well, this is a relaxed state. When someone's eyes are open, you're talking about when they're dilated. So you're talking about pupils here. So this would make this person look incredibly anxious. So when the pupils open up, they don't have to be dilated. They could just be gigantic, like this. And then what you have is you have the Pikachu Pokemon. You have the Pokemon effect, where the eyes are incredibly big because they're relaxed. So then you just add like this, right? And now it's an incredibly kind face. Like puppy dog eyes. Pokemon. Very, very large pupils. But if you do this, then it's really alert. For sure. Like, now this guy is like scared out of his mind. Kind of thing. But it's not accurate. Yeah, it stares into your soul. Like he's about to take you out to lunch. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna take you out. He's about to pounce on you. But then what you can do is you just fill up because you're incredibly relaxed. When you're relaxed, your pupil dilates. Or is this, yeah, your pupil. Your pupil dilates like you. Okay, take a deep breath. I'm gonna use the D word. When you're like really relaxed from drugs, eyes wide open. And then... And now it's cute. Maybe we add one bounce light here. From the other side. There you go. How can you say no to that face? You know? How can you say no to those eyes? Alright, well, we'll do eyes later, though. I'm not, trying to convince you. I'm just saying, stuff that happens in animation. When you read something, I think, it's very telling, right? So, the one, like, when your eyes are not wide open, so, like, for example, it can elicit sleepy feelings. So here's one. You can have the eyelids cover half the eye, right? And now this guy appears moody. But if you want sleepy, you have to add a little bit of curve to it. It's weird, but it works. I mean, like, I'm doing it very quickly. But if you add a little curve to it, it's more relaxed. It's not as straight. So now he appears sleepy because he's curved. Everything, all our emotions, or at least is how I interpret the shortcuts. You can definitely differ in this type of normalization. But whenever you have a curve as opposed to a sharp lines are far more aggressive than curved lines. So when you add just a slight curve, it makes the guy look sleepy. But if you make it a straight line, the guy looks aggressive. Like, sussy. Right? So the idea is for whatever reason, not for everyone, maybe there's specific exceptions to, like, the feelings you've encountered before. But generally speaking, edgier, sharper edges have been associated with all the things that can be, it's not good or bad, just like passionate versus relaxed. So passion tends to be like anger, suspicion, glaring, stuff like that. And those can be good or bad things, right? You can be angrily excited. You can be, like, there are ways to be positive with those. It's just there's more emotion, more intensity when you use sharper lines. And there's just less intensity when you use softer lines. So typically, for me, what I do, this is my, like, crutch. I genuinely always have curve lines opposite of sharp points. And for whatever reason, this is class. If I had to say if I have a characteristic of my style over the years, I tend to use gigantic curves to create the form, and all the extra stuff tends to be a little pointy, but it's always opposite of curves. So it's always curve, point, curve, point, curve, point. So I've done most of the time, there's just curve points everywhere. And that's pretty much what I do most of the time. and then I use very specific, maybe 2 or 3 things that violates everything else. So I create form consistently around the outside, and this is a crutch because it is very difficult, at least for me, to get more out of fewer lines. Like what I mean is a very skilled artist like Miyazaki, he uses one line, just he's able to create so many things using few lines, but I can't do that. And just not in it for me, I suppose. But that's kind of the fun part about art, right? You just have so many interpretations. And Worm, like your interpretation is useful because it says something about yourself as well. You can learn a lot about people in how they describe and talk about art. That's kind of honestly the thing that I didn't quite appreciate when I was younger about art. You know, like why do people just stand a lot of times, and it's more because I was younger and lacked experience, right? Life experiences and stuff. But as one grows older, in my opinion, enlightened, like when people become more enlightened by their wisdom, their life experiences and whatnot, you start to become more interested in how people express and look at things, because perspective is the thing that's endless. It rarely ever stops giving. So when you decide to draw art, it is a form of self-expression, and it's great for self-discovery and whatnot. But as you grow older, you're more concerned with how does your art make other people feel, because it's endless. And it tells a lot about people without having to talk directly at each other. It's kind of very similar to like watching a movie and sharing your opinions with each other, or, you know, playing a game and sharing your opinions with each other. But a lot of times when it comes to like looking at a still life or a piece, it's a less aggressive a lot of times. What I mean is, since there might be a lot of information, but it's not specifically a lot of times telling you what it is. Like, we don't have enough information or intuit that creates that whole right and wrong thing, right? Where you're playing a video game, it's like, oh, this is the right way to interpret this, or that's the right way to interpret it. So when you take more and more of it away, like abstraction, abstract art, it becomes more of a open platform of self-expression. Even when you're looking at an art piece, there's just not enough information so that people don't have to be concerned with each other about being right or wrong. Like, does this make you feel angry? Oh, I see. It's kind of also, I'm not sure if you're probably familiar with this, the Rorschach test, where you just see those like ink blobs. It's abstraction. It's a great big abstraction. So it's not particularly, when someone looks at those things, like 2 or 3 different people, when they do it, it's abstract enough that you're gonna elicit very different things. So in my opinion, when I'm saying these things, I still think it's open to abstraction, which is why your thoughts and stuff may appear different, and the stuff from what I'm saying, which is what makes, in my opinion, artwork incredibly rich. And that's one of the main reasons why I do artwork, not mainly for self-discovery. Sometimes I kind of know what resonates with me and what doesn't. Uh, however, uh, whenever I do like self-discovery stuff, it's typically trying to get into the like the shoes of another person, which often means that is doing a skill that I really am terrible at. There's one that I did. It's the day 5 prompt. Ooh, that one did not work. I'm definitely a lot more have a lot more eye for doing things like this because I watch a lot of this stuff. You'd be surprised how much you can. I definitely would encourage people to every once in a while explore, because you'd be surprised how much intuition it is that you gathered from all your experiences. One of my other crutches is I deliberately add noise here and there, which has become incredibly popular now. In like, even because back in the day, right, when you have CG models, they tend to not. It's very painstaking to emulate the richness of hand-drawn animation, which Miyazaki is easily one of the biggest inspirations when it comes to hand-drawn animation, and it's really difficult to mimic that. But nowadays, it's become like an art form, like a subculture art form of computer graphics, computer animation. And it really resonates with me. I really do enjoy that aesthetic, where you have just random lines, accent lines here and there. That's largely why I add these. And Miyazaki does do these if you look super close and start pixel peeping. And I'm not sure if he does it intentionally or not, because he hand draws everything. So naturally you'll see it occur at the point of intersections and stuff. I'm doing it as more of a intentional aesthetic choice, but also a way to keep really long lines a little bit more interesting to look at. That's really the only reason. It could be flat, like you could just draw really perfect lines, but I am not a person who likes super clean, super... There's appropriateness for it, absolutely. Like if I had to make a logo, or maybe like some sort of formal stuff, but generally when it comes to expression is often where if I really want to get a lens into someone, I look at all the arbitrariness because it's the most elegant and natural and organic part of the human being. The idiosyncrasies that are outside of mechanical things. So yeah, you can draw a perfect circle, but it's, in my opinion, it's far more human and interesting to see how someone can make imperfect circles look balanced, or look, or like these eyes could technically be perfect circles. But the idea is if you look closely, you can see, you can gather what my hand is doing. And that's also why practical art is far more dynamic than digital art. Digital art is becoming more and more dynamic, but the old school practical art, you can see you can read into the person, right? You can see, like, I clearly start fast, slow down a little, and it gets heavier, and then I lift again. Ideally, you should be able to see that, but in digital art, there's like brush settings and stuff, and then you would need to, one of the facets of digital art is you would need to also know what program the person is doing and how the brush settings affect these things. So it's a little bit more obscure in digital art, but it also leads to more consistency, or what I would say, less conscious decision making. So I use tools, right? There's a reason I use this particular pen, because it's always lighter when I initiate and slow down, and it's always heavier in the center for my line work, and it plays to my advantage. So I can't tell you anything about the programming of this brush that creates this, but I can tell you if another person used this brush, it would come out different, right? It's basically why art is so interesting, even in fine arts. So when someone's like crafting something or whatnot, two people there will be differences. Even though they strive to imitate and reference other people, the process of doing it is incredibly dynamic. So you can definitely have two people's art that looks similar, like the end product, well, they'll try to make each other look exactly the same, but the way they did it can change almost infinitely. So it's very interesting to look at people do art, because I can definitely like spend all my time and try to replicate Miyazaki's scenes, but I won't ever be able to replicate how he did it, right? I mean, there are some really once in a million, like billion people who can. I'm not striving to be that. But I think it's completely fine that software obscures the detail because it seemed to. Because in the end, if they publish the drawing, they likely were satisfied with seeing at least. Yeah. No. So right, that I agree with that. The obscurity makes it incredibly fun, like, to know. It creates a shroud of mystery. I'm saying it more as it's not whether it's fine or not, it's actually exciting that that's the case. because you don't want, like, in my opinion, as a creator, you don't want to induce copycats. You want to inspire people to do it their own way. And even if they're going to do it the same way on a digital artwork, right? For example, outside of like copy and pasting and computer generated things, when someone goes and try to do it, they will naturally end up discovering a different way of doing it. And the reason why this is possible now is that technology is that dynamic. So it is a great thing that it obscures the details. The reason why the obscurity of the details happen is because technology is that dynamic now. Back in the day, when you draw a straight line, if you draw from point 1 to like point A to point B, and as closely as possible, the results are mechanically the same. And the visualization is mechanically limited to the same thing. So for example, if you draw a straight line that's 1 pixel across, 6 pixels across, it'll be 6 filled pixels. So when two people draw across, there's no dynamics in it. But now digital art has become so dynamic that you have movies, whole productions, whole animations where you can see the artwork irrefutably identifiable. Because, hey, there are 3 random lines tracked to this guy's forehead at every time, or, so it's no longer feeling like everything's made of clay or everything's simulated, everything's hyper realistic. Now things are always generally pseudo-realistic. It's surrealism all over again. And Miyazaki, I know you haven't watched too many movies from Miyazaki. When you watch Miyazaki's films, you have to be ready to suspend your disbelief in understanding that his movie is supposed to elicit surrealism. So it's grounded in the sense that these are people, there's life experiences and whatnot, but the way he portrays it is surrealistic. So it tackles mysticism. Like the specific reference here is Totoro. So if you're ever interested in what I mean, My Neighbor Totoro is a great example. And the big creature is a representation a representation of the forest spirit. So that's the idea. For a while, I'm not sure if he's the same anymore, but Miyazaki has often been a prideful person who rejected digital artwork, as in he respects other people, like pushing the medium forward and whatnot, but he himself, in his prime, and even to this day, exclusively promotes hand-drawn animations. And now technology, in my opinion, has moved beyond that now. Now technology has the flexibility to, you have your hyper-realism, as in your perspective shifts, your constant, accurate perspective shifts. Back in the day, when you're hand drawing things, you can shift perspectives and warp perspectives, but the cleverness of the artist is that they're able to shift and break perspective artistically to make people feel it. When if a ball is, if you have hyperrealism, right? If you throw a ball, it's gonna bounce back the way it should, and that's it. That's all it's gonna ever do. When you're back in the day, even that was kind of the goal of software in general, like CG. It's about achieving that hyperrealism. Now it's taking a little bit of a back seat because it's incorporating the human element back into animation. So meanwhile, yes, these cars are going to react a certain way and stay in proportion, but the line work and the artistic stylization is going to be inconsistent. One thing that anime does really well is to make you feel those changes as opposed to confining in realism. So like you don't get action lines when in real life. You feel those action lines. So in anime, and it's been a Japanese mainstay, now it's not so much. It's more global now because there's an intersection now between the hyper realistic and the stylistic, and it's like a golden age of mixing of the two. But in anime, it's generally about energy. Perspectives are warped. Like when people punch, there's warping and blurring that goes well beyond what would really happen. Like if you see a really fast punch in real life, it does not look like the intensity of anime. And that's kind of the thing. And I love that. I actually love that art is constantly obscured in detail. The one thing that makes it interesting and ever filled with discussion is that obscurity. When it becomes so the things I'm saying are just general observations I have, but if they were true like all the time, art would become less interesting, if you know what I mean. It would become, like most pragmatic things, a bit mechanical. And personally, I don't want art to become mechanical, and any form of art. However, with the advent of artificial intelligence and all that stuff, some might actually argue it is mechanical. And as a someone who has a scientific background, you could see the pragmatism in elucidating, what makes people happy, what makes people sad, that type of thing. Until that happens, which can foreseeably happen, I still like living in a box of mystery. So art is still that. At least I like to believe, but if you've been following like AI, generative AI content and whatnot, humans do have broader generalizations and broader behavioral psychology. That's what I was talking about. So when I talk about like round lines and curved lines, sharp lines, those are like the big broad stroke stuff. They are obscured in details. So there's no like nuances, like explaining why a curved line, like all the little bit details and variations of curved line versus sharp lines, why that's the case, or why one-dimensional. This has been known for a while in terms of like stimulation. This line is less interesting than this line. A two-dimensional change, right? A two-dimensional change is more interesting than a one-dimensional change. Maybe because we live in the world of 3D. I know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking, but what about that meme 2D stuff versus? No, I'm just kidding. But like this line, right? So how do you make that line even more interesting? You do this, right? You go, right? I can't do it really well. So like for example, hang on, let me try again. So now it's three-dimensional. It's going this way, it's going this way, and it's going into the page. Right? It's going into the page. It's bigger up front and then getting smaller into the page. So this is even more interesting than this. Visually, what I mean is like stimulatingly. But obviously we have other preferences. Anime tend to have been 2D. And this is like, we're talking about like Pixar. Right? Something like that. And we still have other preferences that override certain things. But that's why I rely on crutches. So one thing I rely on is a pen that varies in velocity. So if I slow down, things get darker. For myself, personally. But if I speed up, they get lighter. And if I push down, same speed, it's dark. And then when I lift up but still do the same speed, it gets lighter. So because of nice digital art didn't do this before. Before it just looked like this. No matter how hard I push, no matter how light I push, it always fills in the pixel. There's benefits or there's appropriateness for all that. And nowadays you have things like multi-layers, right? So like I can go over this multiple times and it gets darker. I could just slam in and achieve the same, but this is different from this. There's all these like really cool things. And it's why I picked up digital art 3 years ago. Because I have tools that I'm gonna say there are only one or two, like if I made 50 pieces of art, say, generally speaking, only I would say, okay, if I do 100, I don't think I've even done 100 yet. If I've done 100, only like it's an arbitrary number. I'm gonna say it's like 7% of the art piece actually come out the way I see it in my mind. Now, some people, I would say, would be incredibly upset by what I just said. Like a lot of times you want to like younger, I'm gonna say definitely younger, on the younger side, the younger you become, when you try to do something, you want to do it the way you imagined it. Like, I'm going to draw this thing in my head and I hope there are enough tools and I can develop enough skills to make it happen, make it the way I see it, right? Or the way I envision it. As one gets older, in my opinion, especially for myself, when I do something, I'm not doing it with expectations of the end product. I'm doing it with the expectations that I will learn something from it. I'll learn something about myself from it. But when I say that 7-ish% of the artwork I do doesn't end up the way I see it, it's not because I'm a visionary person who wants to bring to life what's in my head. I'm doing it because it's gonna end up being different from what I saw. And ultimately understanding why it ends up being different or something like that, like discovering how it became different, is the thing that makes me want to do everything. So if you're in my mindset, if you're a person similar to me, if you're just doing things because you're really interested in it and you love to do that, then I just described the mindset that would be a very healthy relationship. If you're someone who goes out to do something and achieve it the way you want it to be, and you're focusing on like the end product, right? Then yeah, you probably want to make sure that you have the skills and all that. But it's a tough life, in my opinion, for a lot of young people who transitions into adulthood expecting that to continue. As in, when you're younger, the tasks you do, generally speaking, are less complex. And it's not less complex as in it's simpler or it's easier or harder to do. It's less complex because you have less experience. You have less things to worry about, less things to incorporate than your older self. I'm not comparing other people to each other, just comparing yourself. The next time you go draw 10 years down the line, it will be exponentially, possibly more difficult. Like the human perception is, you know, that whole meme saying that it's easy to learn something when you're younger and it's harder to learn when you're older. That's not quite right, in my opinion. Like what I mean is the explainer of this significant finding is a little bit obscured. It's not that the older adult has lost capacity to learn something. It's often more of a interference driving force in that the adult has a lot more to consider and a lot more potential interference. So the older you get, the more experience you have, it can wildly interfere. But the catch I'm saying here is that I embrace that interference. As in, when I go out to do something, I'm not going out to do what I think I can do. I'm going out to do the thing to see what I end up doing. It's nice to have a vision in mind, but generally speaking, it becomes non-sustainable. With all that said, I still think there are incredible people who are able to do that for the rest of their lives. And I think Miyazaki is one of them. But it also means he works super hard and like he does things that I would say it's more hubris than it is exploratory. Because the testament to Miyazaki's dedication is that his final movie that was just released a little over a month ago now, I think. It might have been a month ago. Still exudes Miyazaki. Like, it still feels like the ever ageless Miyazaki. And that's his pride. It's his dedication. It's his passion. For me, I'm just not that kind of guy. Like, I don't find myself doing the same thing over and over again. Like, what I mean is, not the same thing as in the literal same thing, but figuratively, being in love with something so much that I do not embrace changing things. And one of them is digital artwork. That's a little weird of a digression, but I really love what I can't do. Like, that's kind of a great thing, because it means I'm seeing someone do something that I can't do, and that's kind of nice. I live in a world that there are people who can do things I can't do. I say that because it's way different for those who live with insecurities. It helps me appreciate the people around me. And then, I do whatever I try to do anyways. We only spent an hour and a half on this. At this point in time, I would be a little worried about time, but in this case, not so much because the 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 coloring is very we want to keep it simplistic today because our reference, the reference we're making is quite simple. It keeps it simple. I like to think it was also a pragmatic choice to keep it simple, because good animation, like, think about it this way. Imagine trying to make sure that all these little things are in the same place every time you redraw into a new position. That's not happening. That's totally not happening. Like, if I were to do it, that's totally not happening. But nowadays, one of the nice things is you could make it work because technology, man. And some of the new movies and shows are hecka amazing. Even when the writing is not up to, like, there are other dimensions, right? And in the movie scene or the television scene, it's disproportionately the other way, where there's a hyper focus on storytelling and there's an underappreciation for the artistry and the effort and the disproportionate resources going into creating the visualization. While, in video games, it's kind of the other way around, where there's a hyper valuation of mechanical programming versus the storytelling, right? So it's a lot of excess of just differing things. Yeah, we're just gonna do artwork today. Just adding a few details here and there, you know? Dang it. Feet are weird, okay? Especially claws. Oh, and one other thing is something that I guess just to balance out my stubbornness. A specific stubbornness that I have is I don't rotate my canvas at all. So it makes certain things very difficult at first, but I like to think that one day it'll become a bit simpler with practice, but I don't think I practice enough to really normalize that. So there's this one thing that peeps do quite a lot, which is to rotate your canvas so that you're drawing things from an auspicious angle. It's kind of hard to imagine how to achieve the lines the same way from both sides, but it's okay. It stops dead in my tracks a lot of times when my crutch is to just mirror image it. Which some people would say, oh, that's running away from responsibility. I'm like, yeah, agree to disagree. Sort of. I'm more of a person like, well, if you're focused on that, if you're focused on doing that, what are you sacrificing? What are you doing instead, for example? For me, that's what I'm saying. Instead of doing like this, is like struggling with this and learning maybe to normalize this. Someone is doing something else, like they're focusing on something else. Yeah, it's good enough. I actually think this side is a little bit weaker now. So no way do I ever say things where I'm suggesting like, oh yeah, you have to be doing this because this is the best use of your time. Like, no, it's just, you know, just giving you examples. Things to inspire. Yeah, like I'm terrible at mirror imaging things in my head. Okay. Almost done. The coloring part is actually the fun part, the relaxing part, in this process. Usually that's not the case. Right. Okay. How the heck do I draw the hand? Do I just use like a circle? I want to draw the hand. I could just like draw like 3 claws. This. There's actually a 4th. So we'll just do it this way. Good enough. We're not gonna stick to that. It was one time last year. I'm pretty sure I spent like 2 hours drawing hands. Like the whole piece. I think 70% of the time I was spending redrawing the hand. It was madness. You bet your butt I'm not drawing the straight line. The heck with straight lines. If the bar had something interesting, maybe I could put a kink in it. That's probably what I would do. In order for me to not use my crutch again, I would probably make this umbrella have a kink in it. Like this bar, it would have deliberate kinks in it just so that I mask the idea that I can't draw straight lines. That's the goal. When it comes to a lot of things, if you can't draw perfect lines and whatnot, own the imperfection. It's my opinion. That is my opinion. I don't want to separate the subject. You screwed up, change the screw up. You can't do something, make it your thing. That's my opinion. Unless, you know, there are exceptions, like if you're hurting yourself and whatnot, like if it's not sustainability, like if it's sustainable is the key here. Turn it into something. Although, with that said, also there's the consideration of knowing if sustainability also in order for something to be sustainable, it also has to be satisfactory, like, you know, make you happy and whatnot. So that word sustainability does mean quite a lot. It's not trivial. Like I learn workarounds on how my art looks terrible to me personally by developing things that work to the advantage. But yeah, you yourself have to be satisfied with it first. If you're not satisfied, then it already violates the necessity that it has to be sustainable. There we go. Wait. What? Oh. He's very boxy. It made him a little bit rounder. We're gonna change that up. His body's too boxy. I didn't realize how boxy it was. Okay. So. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now he's just tubbier. That's fine. We're going for that tubby look. Oh, I see. It's fine. I'll work on that. Okay. I kind of want to draw some Alright. Good enough. We still gotta draw the background. And the background's gonna be fine. Yep. Alright. Get to coloring. We're just gonna do, I think cell shading and sticking to I forgot. Got a line. Got some lines here actually. Whoops. All right. I think we're gonna stick to the basics to save some time. Yeah, we've crossed the 2-hour mark already. There is something that I have to have a few more elements to do. I mean, the prompt is drip, so I still haven't even added that element yet. The nice thing about cell shading is quote unquote, for lack of a better term, you're shading the entire cell. So when you're crossing the line and all that stuff, you're gonna fill it in anyways. You're gonna backfill in the edges. This part's actually black. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do like a darker one. Something like this. Except for the outside. The outside is I really should learn how to do a mask. Like a mask for the outside. Like a quick and dirty mask. That's fine. Well, it really just saves a few seconds. Oh, it would only save me a few seconds now because of what I'm doing now. But maybe it could open up some possibilities. Like creative ways. Applications that I wouldn't otherwise. No, oh, that's right. Um, what? Oh, hmm. I think this is the part where we also deviate. I'm probably gonna add occlusion and rim lights. We're doing it traditionally for myself. My usual approach for this one. Everything's supposed to be flat though, in general, with a few spots here and there that have like extra shadows. But I kind of like going through the ropes of doing rim lights and occlusion, so we're probably going to do that. I think rim light and occlusion really helps pop things out. Okay. All right. Not quite what I had in mind, but I like to reuse colors, so we'll do it this way. As much as I enjoy colorful things, I am very, very terrible at using lots and lots of colors. So, pretty much the opposite of Wit Studio. I'm using different shades of like 3 or 4 colors, but definitely have no eye in trying to make like 8 billion colors happen. Basically, like, just think of a scene from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory or something. Or like a Candyland thing or something. Alright, let me add a Whoops. It kind of looks like a crown. Maybe that should be the iconic thing that I do. I've been looking for like specific things that make obviously I keep saying red panda, but really the more and more I do this, it looks less and less like a red panda, but more and more like a combination between a what, like a guinea pig and a raccoon with some red panda stuff. But I've been thinking about like doing something that would that that would be really recognizable. That's kind of, I didn't ever think of this part as more of a crown. That might be it. I might turn it into a crown. Who knows? That'd be pretty recognizable. A crown shape. It's probably the mouth. Makes it kind of look like a guinea pig. Like the head part is looking very guinea piggy. Okay. Making sure I don't mess up here. Oh, this part I could make it look different. Now, staring into the soul. Okay. For now. Oops. I'm almost gonna... I'm debating on substituting the black and gray for something cream colored. Throw in some pink, right? So then it'd be like an off-white. If we really were doing Miyazaki though, it's gotta be like that old school filter. I call it a filter now because animation don't really particularly look like that. That like gray. I don't know if anyone if anyone know what I'm talking about, but when you watch like older school hand-drawn productions, right? there's always this like slightly gray shift in everything. So all the whites are not completely white, and all the blacks and grays, they're not like skipped. There's just no pure whites or pure saturation. It's always slightly gray shifted or muddled to give it that kind of yeah, this is handcrafted right here. As opposed to, you know, a good example would be like cell shaded games where they're incredibly 100 zeros and full dynamic range kind of thing. It's kind of like in the box. It's not the darkest, but also not the brightest. The dynamic range is a little closer to, I mean, or lack of a better word, closer to reality, closer to IRL. IRL is really just really gray shifted. Gray and blue shifted. It's actually blue shifted, but it comes off as like everything seems a little slightly darker. I'll have to think about that next time. Maybe make the white parts, which I'm coloring gray right now. Add a little pink to it. Maybe add a little red so that comes off as cream. I might soften up the juxtaposition between the orange slash red, the orange red, and the dark orange red, which comes off as a little brownish. Like make these parts cream colored, and this would be slightly cream too. I definitely have more to say about like when I'm doing this stuff because it's an OC thing, right? Definitely did not have a lot to say the first couple prompts. Those were tough. I still have nightmares about what the day 5 prompt looks like. I was way too far out of the box. Gotta reel it back in a little. Something middle? Like this? Always gotta splash in a little bit of green everywhere, you know? Green being my preferred color. Honestly, should I leave the... I should probably gray it out a little, right? So that the whites don't just blind everything. Well, it certainly would attract to the eyes. Let's see if this is too much. Probably not. I kind of like the bright accent here. This scene is quite dark, so this is definitely not lit yet. Staring into your soul. Okay. All right. Oh, right. Was it this? Was not that. Was this? Was not that. This. I think we can remove this here. Umbrella? Oh, you know what? Be kind of nice to, That really is gonna blend into... No, that's fine. We'll use this. Maybe like, somewhat like muddy blue. Yeah, good enough. It's important that this is identifiable. Alright. Okay. I forgot the little claw toes. Actually, just they're gigantic claws. He's also the dude is also incredibly gigantic. Okay. Alright, so we got the base colors, right? Gonna take us like 4 hours, huh? Okay. Let's finish the subject first, and then we'll see if we add the rest. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, I gotta get into the mindset. Here we go. Is that big enough? Let's do like... Oh, wait. Okay. Um. Keep it simple. I think about keeping it simple. Okay. I think I went a little too thick. I'll be fine. Okay. Actually, we don't do those yet. Did we cover everything? No. A blue. Yeah. 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 All right. As we'll start with the green. We're basically only using white and black shifts instead of going with more saturated and less saturated. Just to make it look a little bit more washed out. Alright, go back to the blue. That's kind of weird. It's fine. Alright, is there any way to... Whoops. I feel like I need some... Where's the color palette at? Here it is. No, that's not what I'm looking for. No. That's also no. How do I make close Docker? The Dockers are a layers. Oh. Hold up. Expand color history. Okay, advanced color selector, sure. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. History patches. The history remembers which colors you've drawn on canvas with. They can quickly call with H. It's called a history patch. Okay. How can I... Color history. Show color history. Alright, 2 columns. There we go. There we go. Alright. Wait, what happens if I expand it to 3 columns? Do I get more? Oh, it normalizes. Does it only really save that many? Guess we'll find out. Okay. It's okay. The way I'm doing it, I can just use the color picker anyways. Excuse me. What? Okay. I see. Uh, dude. Moving from left to right is ridiculous. This is gonna come and bite me. I have to like clean up. There's so much cleanup in this one. So much cleanup to do. Future reminder. Just clean up while you're ahead. Oh, you're doing it. It'll save a lot more time. Or use a smaller brush. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna like clean up all of this, huh? Okay. So we go in the reverse direction. Just some quick and dirty cleanup. That was an oxymoron. Oh. Dang, we're past 3 hours? Jeez. Okay. Oh. Son of a bee sting. This part kind of matters because it's the line of contrast. So we do have to do some slight cleanup. Non-negotiable. Okay. I think in general the other side is fine, right? Okay, there are some areas. Probably get those automatically at some point. Yeah. Okay, so it's only one reverse cleanup. Fine. Okay, now we do we're gonna do it below, right? Yeah, below. Okay. 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 Yeah, we're not gonna use solid colors. Okay,
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh yeah, I totally make those too thick. No turning around. No turning around now. Okay, next time I gotta remind myself, don't go too thick or else you can't go back. That sounded really weird. When you go too thick, you can't go back. Um, yeah. Probably soften it that way. Probably the best we got. Yeah, I think cream color is probably the way to go in the future as well. Nah, it's fine, I guess. He'll be okay. Not quite what I was looking for, as usual, but you know. Um, uh, Made it too thick. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. No. All right. Okay. Oh. Um. Oh, crud. Oh, okay, I see what I did there. Yeah, this is okay. Hmm. uh. Hmm. So now the question is, how do I... Um... Hmm. Gotta do that again. Alright, that's good enough, right? Oh, 4.5 hours. Yeah, we'll round it to 4 because of our digressions, right? All right, not bad. Turned out all right. I think it's. I think making the shoulder like right here a cutoff, make it red is better as opposed to underneath. Oh, all right. Maybe good enough. This took much longer than I should have, but I was getting really into it. Had ideas. It was pretty nice. Okay. Grip, right? Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's midnight for me, local time. I guess we'll call it today here. It's day 7. Maybe I'll take a bye day. I do 2 stacked on each other sometime. We need to keep it simpler. And we need to reduce. Well, it's officially midnight, so let's take a slight sneak peek. Okay. Alright. Oh. Day to workout thing. I guess I could do. Yeah. Let's digest and watch some more stories, right? I'm really into it. Alright, that wraps up 7. It's kind of elaborate, maybe a little too elaborate. This time we'll scale back a little bit. Alright, let's switch gears.